Hey, I'm Decathlon Gamer, and welcome to Europa Universalis 5. This is our Scotland campaign. We're number 3 in the world. We're into the final 100 years of this campaign, the final age now of revolutions, and we've done a lot of prep work ahead of time to be ready for our colonies, for our vassals to want to break off just because it is the nature of the age of revolutions. Even when you have 100% loyalty, they rebel. That's just the age. That's the mechanic within the game. And so we've already annexed most of our vassals. We're working on the last couple right now. And really, we're down to kind of just the colonies. And a good long while ago, we stopped giving land to the colonies in anticipation of this. In fact, I probably started a little bit too early. Johannes, hey, welcome. Off work in about an hour. Yeah, we'll see you then. Uh, yeah, so we are set for this age. We are prepared for this age. Meanwhile, there's been a lot of diseases of late in game, and a lot of pops have died across the world, not just for us. So at the moment, we're sitting down at 11.6 million, and we just gained 1.1 million, and that's because we just had a war with Rosvi and took a lot of land off of them in that war, and picked up a lot of gold provinces. Lot of gold provinces. We'll see how big of an impact that will make on our minting, if anything, or at least trade of gold. Gold has a lot of value. This army is not going to take long to recover. It should recover fully in just 1 to 2 months. And then the only other thing I have going on right now is there's no active policy for our union. We have a union with Burgundy that we were able to pick up through a marriage a while ago. And even though it is a French vassal, we could find ourselves fully annexing them here at some point and actually getting something into the heart of Western Europe. We have a centralization law, legislature of the union, and anything that moves the union integration level, as we are by far the head of, we want. So voted for, we're going to vote for the aligned legislature. And we have way more sway than they do, so we always get what we want in regards to this one. And AgriLion, hey, welcome. Yeah, good result on Spain getting the win. I mean, it took 3 legit goals to get one called, one counted. So frustrating. To have a team with literally 0 shots until the final few minutes of extra time. Absolutely dominated. So I have season tickets for the Portland Thorns, the NWSL team. They have the most championships in history of the league. We are a soccer town, even though Portland is only like 22nd, 23rd in terms of like metro areas in the U.S. We are very much your hardcore diehard supporters. We have the highest average attendance lifetime for any women's team on the planet. We get over 20,000 a game. And anyway, we've been in a rebuilding phase for the last few years, all while having Sophia Smith, now Wilson, and having Sam Coffey until just this year. Without Sam Coffey, though, it's been rough. So we got new owners a couple years ago, and they have now taken on the philosophy of building through youth. So all of our signings, bar one, in the last 3 years have been straight out of college or young international players. The most recent signing was Nina Nystad, Dutch international player who's really just come out of the scene to replace Sam Coffey. Mixed bag. We've been hovering in the top 5 all season long. We just entered the second half of our season. Our biggest flaw is that about 4 years ago, our then GM was a former goalkeeper, Karina LeBlanc, and she was really poor with managing. We have a salary cap in our league, something that others are not familiar with, but salary caps are a big deal to work under when you're trying to build a championship contending roster. If you're mid-table, it's no big deal. If you have one or two key players, you could pay your one or two key players, and everybody else you could pay. If you're bottom end of the league, man, oh man, does it help you stay competitive when your championship rivals are playing the financial game. Well, we're a team that plays the financial game. We are stuck balancing the contracts that we have. My wife's favorite player is Hina Sagita, and we ended up having to let her go last year because of contract. Very frustrating, and I think that's part of why we ended up letting Sam Coffey go to Manchester City, which, oh my gosh, what a disaster. That has been really frustrating to watch that one. To take the world's best number 6 and and see them go to the worst club on the planet, and then get injured. In both cases, Hina Sakita as well, ACL for her. And anyway, this goalkeeper GM at one stage ended up getting us 6 goalkeepers on roster. And only one of those was a real problem. The one being Mackenzie Arnold. So Macca, I don't know how familiar you are with the women's game, and I'll be brief here because I know we're here to play at U5 and not talk football. And I, when FM 26 first came out, like day one, I almost started a Portland Thorns series on FM, but the women's game in FM, the scouting has been abysmal, and they don't know what they're freaking doing, and so the balance of teams was horrible. They don't know the players, clearly. Anyway, Mackenzie Arnold, the last Women's World Cup 3 years ago, she had a starring moment because Australia was host, and she was flashy and loud, and she got attention, and she made a few big saves to help keep Australia in games. Meanwhile, she was playing at West Ham, and she was the worst goalkeeper in the league. But she was flashy and made the occasional big save and was really loud, and so they loved her. So we turned her into the highest paid goalkeeper on the planet, and then force-fed her terrible reactions. She has terrible, just horrendous reaction time. She does most things good, but her reaction time is so bad that making a simple save looks hard. And that's the point. She's flashy. She makes easy saves look hard. And she makes hard saves look like worldy goals because she stands flat-footed and stares at them as they go past her. Meanwhile, she had injuries. She did lose playing time, at least early in season 1 when she was playing so poorly. And other goalkeepers have come through and outplayed her massively. And then the moment she was healthy, or the moment they enter the next phase of the season, they'd go right back to her. And now they just won't go to anybody else. So no matter how poorly she plays, we keep going to her. So our last 2 matches have both been losses that should have been wins. Both of them. And both of them came down to her being horrendous in goal. We got 10 players in front of her that play so well. And then we have a terrible goalkeeper. And they stick to her. In part because she's so overpaid. In part because she makes easy things look tough, which makes her flashy. Fan base knows she's terrible, but they won't play anybody else. In particular this year, because our number 2 goalkeeper, who should be the number 1, had a season-ending injury during preseason, and so she's been unavailable. But our number 3, who played the first 3 matches, while Maka was playing for Australia for a tournament while she was away, did more in those 3 matches than Maka has done all season. Anyway, back to this. They have slipped to 4th place with those 2 losses in a row. And we traveled for one of those. We went up to Seattle for one of those. And then we're traveling again, actually, here in a couple weeks to Boston for another away match and for a vacation. Yeah, okay. Back to this. England, by the way, tough loss in the semis against Argentina because they grabbed victory. They grabbed defeat from victory. They had the victory. They had it locked up. It was all tactical from Tuchel. They were they were 1-0. They were comfortable. The scoreline could have been better, but the win was there. And then all of a sudden, they didn't just go park the bus. They didn't just go defensive. They didn't just make defensive subs. They put 10 in their own box with 0 of those 10 closing anybody out. So they just left the space outside the box wide open. It's not how you park the bus. You could park the bus and be successful. Lots of teams have done it. That's not how you park the bus. They just opened all the space. So the shots that were further out before suddenly went, oh, hold on, we can get closer. And all of a sudden you had shots from 25, and then you had shots from 22. And when you have like an Enzo Fernandez who can blast from 22 no problem, uncontested, yeah, you're gonna freaking score goals. We could have easily had a National League side come out against England in those final 25-30 minutes, and they would have scored 3 or 4 goals. Argentina was so bad that they only scored 2, and one of those was offside, and they wouldn't review it. Messi coming back from the corner kick that he took, he was still offside when the ball was played back to him on the equalizer. But of course, it's Argentina. Of course they're going to ignore that and not review that and only show that replay once and go, oops, oh, what have we done? No, hold on, don't show that replay anymore. Just show the other angles for the finish. The finish was great. Anyway, yeah. Ugh, England. Nice way to hold off France, though, in the 3rd place game. That was exciting. That was my favorite match in a long time. Hey, right, EU5. Let's go. So we are actively trying to assimilate Jollof in West Africa. Let's just get this clock moving. We'll figure things out as we go along. Okay, so this whole international organization of Burgundian independence, no, we don't actually want that. That's our vote. That's going to go our way. All right. Bubonic plague is a thing. Money's coming up. There's been a couple more updates over the last week, or at least one more update over the last week, and I'm wondering if they tweaked the economy again because this is the gold. This is probably the gold coming in, the trade income. I would imagine our income, we just jumped to number 2. I would imagine our trade income has jumped a lot because gold, 131 of it. There you go. Trade income on gold is 131. Cocoa is 395. I bet you there's some of that down there too. If we go have a look at raw materials and jump on down to the area outside of Rosvi, not only is there going to be gold, but we're probably going to find some cocoa. Maybe not. There is cocoa there, but that's still... That is not ours. No, we just have really good income off of the cocoa. Minting, that went up a fair bit. I think that went up a fair bit. I don't know. All right, well, we have money to spend. Let's spend some. We have not built the economy in a fair little bit. Putrefaction works is suddenly available to us, and we have money to spend on it. So let's just 5 of those cost me half of our ducats. So we will move on to something else. Iron smelters don't need to be just in the Edinburgh market. Charcoal kiln. Lumber mill. We'll do 20 for that one. The lumber also decreases building costs. Glass workshop? No, that one's not open. Cannon workshop is. Keep the cost of military down. Get 5 of those built. The tannery. And we got 2k ducats left. We'll stop there for now. That is all money makers to help boost that economy, speed things up. Hospitals, yeah, I know, hospitals. Really need to get into hospitals. This constant flow of diseases lately. We have 63 currently. Let's just build all that we can, which I'm guessing actually is only a few at this point. We have hospitals in almost every town. Yeah, it is 2. Down in Africa. New territory that we just took down there. So we have what we have. Somebody's sickly. I didn't see who that was, but yeah. Portugal are indifferent. Looking at the region, you can see not everybody's actually getting any sort of culture flip, but there's enough that are making progress, in part because we're only increasing control in one state, not the whole region, while we're trying to assimilate the whole region at once. But let me see how other projects are kind of going. Let's check on institution spread. Has it reached us yet? We have our one that started in Venice. We have Tunisia started too, and it really hasn't broken out of their borders just yet. So these are the last 3 institutions. As for control, it's good. It would be nice if we had a lot of blue and not just 2, or a lot of really bright greens. Could be better. Oh, there's all the blue. And in part because we have our naval governor in Oslo really pushing out proximity through there. That is nice. That is very nice. Speaking of, how many... Can we get one in Viborg? No. We cannot get a naval governor in Viborg. Oh, there we go. Ofali has been annexed. Just added in this area. That's not going to stay at 100. This is what we just picked up. It's amazing that they only had a 75 control. Just 3 locations out. Connacht is actively being annexed. I think it's got a bit longer to... Yeah, 13 years to go on that one. But that is the last vassal. Let's go ahead and check on how that's all working. Subjects. Yeah, we have 1 tributary, we have 1 vassal, and then the rest is the 6 colonial nations that we have. Folly is all cored, so it will remain fairly high on control. Galway was kind of my center of control for this southern region. I don't think... It does have 43. It is a city. I'm looking at the wrong location. It's not... Ooh, well, hold on. There are some things I can do here. Local maritime presence, for 1. Coastal fort. Shipyard, no. City walls. bumps the fort level and the market attraction. Okay, we could build that. Star fort for the fort level might be good. The dock could be upgraded. There we go. High inflation. Merchant shipwrecked. Minus 2,000 ducats. But look at how fast we got to 13k. Is time flying by that fast right now? It's been a year, so I suppose it is flying by here pretty quickly. Let me do some kind of off-the-cuff stuff. Not the normals, like the Great Hill Complex. There you go, max literacy for clergy. In the capital, get that built. See, there's a random thing that we did not have. Missions, fortress churches, scriptoriums are not making any money. Universities, that's probably the next one. We have the hospitals already taken care of. Let's see if there's any temples that we can build. Just one or two. 9. Let's add 5 universities. And then let me jump into another category. What do we have? We already have the sergeantry. We have 7 bastions that could be upgraded. What are they upgraded to? Star forts. That's expensive. That's expensive. Let's not just jump in and do that. Same with castles that can be upgraded. Yeah, I think we're okay on those for now. Peasants, buildings. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a couple things I wanted to do, like irrigation. Let's build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25. Upgrades for the irrigation. That's all for population. We were already here. Clan seeds, the cotton plantations. We do have a few areas we could actually build that. Let's see what happens. This is one of those that never plays out very well. The public bath option. I don't think we have a public bath option. Mason. Let me get building costs down. Build up a few of those. We have rural glassmakers. Great Valley Complex. Am I already building that? No, I'm not. Raw material output. Get that built. Okay, bridges, granaries. That's probably things to get into. Panlock canals is another one. Protected harbors. Okay, we've found an area that's largely Mercury patios. Mercury patios we very much need now that we have all of these new locations. Why can't we build them right now? What are we missing? I swear I researched that forever ago. Apparently not. That is an old tech. That is definitely not in the current area. Sawmill, Panlock Canal, yes. Windmills are one we want to get into. Construction centers, but yeah, bridges and granaries. How many bridges? Not that many. But what's the cost on these guys? 25 each. Mass build. Yeah, 2K to get all the bridges we can get. That'll help spread proximity. In some places, it's not spreading any proximity at all. It's kind of a waste to not do it one by one, but that's 85 bridges on the way. Let's go ahead and add in 20 more granaries. We get some construction centers, 10 of those. the protected harbors. Oh, they're not as expensive as I thought. It's just mass build. There you go. Alright, down to the last 2.5K, but that was good. Somebody's ready for marriage. I think Saxony had an age problem. Hesse. Hesse might be a good one. Yeah, they got an old one, but they do have a 22-year-old available. And Parliament. 4 choices in that 20%. You got hunting rights, naval infrastructure, export trade, or integration. The export trade income. Sounds like a whole lot of ducats. 45% to start. I renamed the armies right before I went live, by the way. So we have the Royal Scots for the main army, and then Army of America, Army of Africa. Make it easier to keep track of who's who. Joloff's up to 2.2%, so it is progressing, but it's really more about which one is which. Tivawani is like 9%, so it's going pretty quick. And I think that was the one. I think that is the one we want to turn into. Yeah, it's the city with 77K, right? Imagine coring that and then putting a naval governor in there. That's going to be a whole lot of extra money for us. Ouch. Ouch. Minus 10 prestige. Okay, so we were looking at control a little bit. Let me see how proximity is doing as the colony finishes. So we're going to ignore that, come back to it in a second as we get research on copper, stone, and tin output. And Luangwa is down here somewhere. Manica. No, that one's still ongoing. I don't see a marker that shows that this one's on. Nope, there it is. You're on your last location. That one's almost done. That's a huge state. So this has got to be, where's my third? Oh gosh, where was my third? Were we filling in down here? I've forgotten where. Oh, that's right. It was this way. Yeah, there we go, Manica. Keep part of Scotland, and we start here. I think it's also time to, we need to explore both of these two locations. Hey, we got a family member available for something. I'm going to go ahead and do both of these. Okay, we're almost out of time on this one, 20 days. What do I need? 5%. Wait. 1.9. This would do it. Preservation of spiritualist. It would bump us off our max humanist, though, which we don't want. Plutocratic? Yeah, that's actually probably a better option. Capital economy. Hold on, that's something I want. A little bit of a stab hit. Nobility, unhappy short term, but I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're at 89%. Do I want to sneak in, shake up the Naval Academy, lose 5 naval tradition? We could steal a CB right now. Let's look. and then still get our 50%. So, what happens if we attack Denmark? We get England. It says we can take them. Can we though? Hold on, let's look again. Yeah, England. Burgundy would join the war. Where in the world is France? Please tell me we still have an alliance. Royal marriages, enemies, subjects. CB target. We have a CB on Sweden for an insult. Okay. I do not see France on this list. We are no longer allied to France. And we cannot offer an alliance right now. We have a truce? No. So what requirements are not met? One of us has to be a hegemon. Because we are a great power, we don't have alliances anymore. And one of us has to be a hegemon for that to work. That's weird. So we've lost their number one. We're back down to number 3, but we've been hovering at 1 and 2, and we can't be allied because we're 1 and 2. Kim, hey, welcome, and that would be helpful. I need to start doing that. Right. Well, I have a way to go to war with Sweden already. Who's that bring in? Lithuania, Novgorod, Teutons. But I'm not sure we are beating Sweden in a war. I mean, I can call up more troops overall, but not directly. And they have a pretty dang decent navy, so they can make life hard on me. That's not an automatic. And the Denmark, England one's very much not. Saxe-Lauenburg, I think, brings in the whole damn HRE. Yes, it does. We wanted to look another direction, though, like Volgast or Teutonic Order, which would bring in Sweden again. Mine's at Volgast. What if we went the other way then with Volgast? Whole HRE. Not sure I'm a fan of any of these. You can see Sweden is suddenly making moves, though, to jump across here. Let's see, who is this? HRE. Whole HRE. What about, like, Tallinn? Subject of Denmark. Okay. Not loving those ideas. Frisia should also be HRE. Now, if we had France, the Frisia one's a definite option. You know that France would take care of so much of the HRE, and we can get in there, take care of Frisia, siege down that particular land come in with full force while they're fighting off most of the armies, you could absolutely win that and take and take and take and be okay. But no, no, not without France. What about like Portugal? Portugal is alone, and we would lose to Portugal. Why would we lose? What's our land comparison? How in the world do we have a deficit to? They have nothing compared to us, yet somehow they can call more than what we can call? That doesn't appear to be the case. But with only a slight naval advantage, it would be pretty hard to invade. Oh, I could maybe work towards an alliance, but definitely not in the short term of setting up a... And you don't get the whole HRE unless you attack them. When they go into war together, you're only really picking up the one or two nations. New World. Oh, hey, Oklahoma. Back to an Oklahoma. Whole HRE. No, that doesn't look like... No, that's not the whole HRE, but... Maybe it is. Like, Two Sicilies has 48 subjects. That's Castile, or then Tamtalk. This then comes down to CBs we can get on our own. What about here? Joloff. I should be able to build a CB again. Yeah, Religious War. We can get the rest of Joloff. Who do we get? Oh, you do get Mali though. Takrur. You'd also get Mali. Sangana would get Mali. I'm not seeing any easy targets right now until you get down to like a Vangu, Rosvi, Kilwa type and continue expanding in Africa. So yeah, no, we are not going to bother with a European war right now, which means we don't need to push for this. However, there's the other thing, like request additional taxes, larger levies, law changes. Let's do the additional taxes. Let's get rich for a little bit here. So we are going to push for additional taxes. And then we need to recover 11%, Naval Academy, 52, so that takes care of that. Then now we're going to get rich quick scheme of lots of taxes. Lots of taxes. Knock it down to 45. Get rich quick. Just went up by about 800 ducats. After playing almost every single day for a couple weeks straight there, these last few weeks of being back down to just once a week, I'm feeling like I'm kind of missing out on stuff. Like I don't know when things are kind of happening, and it's a little frustrating on that part. I'm playing with less recognition as to kind of what I'm in the middle of. The sickly child just passed, and maybe 1 year old. Okay, we're already back up to 9k ducats. Time for a specific push of a certain type, and that is trade income. So let's open some trade offices. quite a few of them. That'll do. How many did we end up getting there? 75. And then overseas trading posts. All that we can. Which was 114. Oh, without a French alliance, we need to maybe pick something. Castile? Castile could maybe be an option. They're number 5. Do they like me? Only slightly. We would definitely need to improve opinion. We could do that. So maybe someone like Poland could also be an option. Two Sicilies is, I think, too far out of our area to be helpful. Same with like the Ottomans or Hungary. Maybe a friendship with Sweden and then take on like Denmark, England that way could be a possibility. But France is definitely your best bet against in England. And getting them back would be the best option for sure. Okay, Kawango. So we can go Inzia. There we go. Thank you, Kim. That very much helped. That was the last one there. Part of Scotland. Okay, we want to close off, so let's get this last one up here. Kilwa. If we were to go to war with you, who do we get? Egypt. Okay. And Somalia, but I don't see them really impacting us way down here. Egypt's not going to be a problem for us, even though we are weaker than them. Somalia, what sort of problem can you actually be? You could be a thorn in our side if you came down. But Kilwa, I think we would have a pretty easy time taking our war goal and then some, and then the moment you get an actual threat from Somalia, you just stop the war and get what you get, which would be, you know, like pushing in. But I want to have this revealed. I don't know how far Kilwa goes into there, and you have your head of Nile River, your upriver, and lake regions through here that it would be really nice to control the edge of and be able to block off Kilwa. Alright, so we've done trade, we've done goods. Let's go ahead and do RGOs. Silver. Mass. Max those puppies out. Maximum RGO size just went up also through research. Copper. We are not going to max this all out at once. We'll take 10. Pearls. Looking at their population bases here. They don't have the pops they need anyway. Lumber. Love me some lumber. We'll go all in on that one. And then we are stronger than, but they have numbers. It would take quite an effort to beat them in a war. Fangu would bring us to war with Benin. Okay. I think my next thing might be a little bit more naval expansion. And what I want to look at is how is the maritime presence looking. Pretty dang good, pushing into the territories that you can't just naturally get after. It's actually looking really, really good. It's starting to look pretty good up here, but I'd like to get a small force to get something going there, because I think you could also maybe get a little push out, because right, you have 100 here, and there we have 55, but then it stops. If we could get 100 going here throughout Iceland, maybe we can get that 55 going here as well, and maybe get a maritime presence push, because we're just getting a little bit of proximity into Iceland, and I think that could maybe create more of that for us. I just remembered another thing too. I wanted to run roads from Oslo like all the way up this way. Okay, we've got a funky one coming in here, so we cannot risk aggravating Juan and his backers. So an artist, a 64-year-old artist we have, that's pushing for a policy change. Recruitment law, that's manpower. Oh, that's not a good one. I don't need more manpower. It's not what I need. That's not. We're gonna have to upset the commoners by 20%. Okay, so what I want is a military, navy, build ships. We're gonna build the, should be the pinnace, yeah, 48. Okay, and we're gonna build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll do 8. Castile is friendly. Nice. Lumber output plus 50%, and we're making all these lumber upgrades right now. That is going to additively make a whole lot of lumber, which, as much, it's a trade good as much as anything. So even with all that extra, it's going to decrease cost anywhere where lumber is involved, but it's going to also create a trade good, increase trade value. With the tributary, I mean, technically I could attack them. However, I cannot attack them as long as they are a tributary. Because of the ties, I'd have to break the ties. And then if I break the ties, for one, that opens it up to England, though England does not have a shared border. So eventually, after the truce expires, we could then turn around and take the 2 locations. And that would probably be the best bet, because the tiny bit of tributary money that I get from them would not be missed. But I'd have to break the ties, wait for the truce to expire before I could do that, unless I wanted to take massive penalties. So 2 days ago, Cosmo got some vaccinations done, and No! Why did the full 72 just pull in? You were not supposed to be part of this at all. Did you really just cancel your... Ah, dang it. Did you see them in there? I didn't see them in there. I gotta re-click everything. Okay, they were just doing this region. Anyway, he got some vaccinations, and one of them was a live vaccine. And I definitely waited the 24 hours. But I'm feeling a little off this morning. In like, I feel pressure on my ears. Not in the like feel sick kind of way. In the, gosh, I think maybe his little live vaccine. I think I'm kind of feeling the effects of it. Well, what am I missing here? Been a while. No, not Scandinavian. North Sea. Minus the guys over here. Yeah, that should be all. There's East Congo discovered. Okay. Now for you. You need a commander. We will pull a rando for this one. Not the family members. I'm going to use family members for somebody else. Oh man, that's too good. Be somebody like you. Somebody unimportant. Patrol the seas. And you're giving me the Icelandic coast. Is there a way to give you orders to... You're taking a lot of attrition there. There's a hunt pirates option. What? Will you continually do that? Repair yourself and then go out? And it looks like we need to set up a little more friendly port for you. Did we ever turn? Yes, Reykjavik is a town. Of course it's a town. Look at all that stuff. Shipyard? Yeah, Navy repair speed. Okay. Poland is indifferent. We lost one of our cabinet members. Now we use that family member. In fact, there's more than one. Admin, okay. Lost 5 army tradition. Up over 12 million now. We're doing a last research item on the queue. Let's go ahead and then work on what's next. That's the tanning manufactory. Age of Revolutions. We have something in here. Vaccination, character life expectancy, and disease resistance. Oh, hell yeah. That's very much going in the queue next. So this is our own category that we kind of opened up into. We have construction speed, food production, town cities migration attraction, pop promotion speed, very much a good one right now. Tax efficiency. Let's get right down to that, and the proximity cost. The tax assessor sounds like it's probably pretty dang good. There's more tax efficiency. And this new whole government bond thing, which we have not figured out yet. It's a brand new mechanic. We're score efficient cabinet seat. Integration, bureaucracy, slots. Malaria resistance is certainly good. Cultural influence and max literacy. Crown power. Cultural influence, monthly research progress. That is a huge upgrade. The morale recovery in friendly territory is... That's a good one. We'll start with those. That's a whole lot of that particular tree. So back to how is the institution spread going? Starting to get into regional stuff. Yeah, Tunis has got a huge leg up, but it's just starting to spread to like Morocco. I think Castile is starting to pick everything up just a little bit. I don't think we are yet. We're too far away still. Oh, just a little bit. Industrialization, 0.01%. Yes. Soon enough. Soon enough. Berkshire. That's an heir. We'll take it. So, 600 ducats now. That's good. Making progress. Constructions. Yeah, most of those are done. Am I going to have to... No, you just stayed put. No, you still have patrol the seas. You just are waiting until you are fully repaired. And you are already down to 52%. Oh, man. Uh, 2,000 ducats. See, none of these are towns. You're not in the right location at all for repairs. Let's get you into Reykjavik, which that shipyard's not even built yet. Right, one thing I wanted to do, I wanted to spend some money on Oslo, build roads, 1.88k. Yes. And then going the other direction, 1.13, 890. There's that tanning manufactory, so we're just into the new tech now. Okay, these couple of guys, go and get them upgraded. And it looks like we could go right on down to here to 893 for some upgrades. There might have been one or two of those where we're not actually improving anything, but cultural influence, okay. Push towards absolutism, which we're at 74, so that's good. Oh, lost cabinet member. And we get the family member on it. .13.5% in Tijuana. 5% for Nadar. There's a lot of pops there. So many pops there. There's a lot of money to be had from that region. 6th Fleet. Getting that attrition fast. Apparently this area is not meant to be... we might need to go spread proximity somewhere else. Maybe we just go merge them with the other fleet doing the Norwegian area. This seems to be a lost cause over there. They're going to spend most of their time at port. There we go. 1 fleet of 20 now. Alright, we already have ducats once again. Okay, RGOs seem to be pretty well off. We look into other categories. I guess we're back to burgers. Tanning manufactory is ready to go. Don't we have tanning? There we go, tanneries. Just upgrade as many as you can. There's our great big spend. Really? We were not done with the modern road even just right here off the capital? England's main force here. A lot bigger than ours. I do think we need to expand this one once again, especially as we've improved by about 300 ducats in a pretty short amount of time, and we've got a big manpower surplus. So keeping things balanced, it looks like we could use 3 light infantry. So we'll start there. Should be the hunters, right? Yeah, that's the light infantry. Parliament again. That was fast. Okay, member of the Burgers Postal Relay Network. Merchant maintenance efficiency and a postal relay. Oh, that breaks down what it is. Okay. Road building time. That maybe. I don't know. Noble privateers. Trade income. That's just during debate, though. Mountain Pass charters. Proximity cost. You know what? That sounds good. We'll take that one. Really? It literally just became available and I'm getting a -5 legitimacy for not calling it up fast enough. Alright. We're at 43% and the economy took a little bit bigger hit than I expected it to, and I'm guessing that it's cost somewhere like our copper cost here in the capital. Okay, so do I have any copper in this area? We have tin. That is another one of our costs though, and that's not maxed out, so we'll just max it out. That is for the cannon. Definitely have some horses around. There's copper down here. That is maxed out. Let's see what sort of modifiers I might have. A market village, is that going to... Fishing village, trade capacity. Another research item. None of these are going to help with production. There's one for control. Monastery is not going to give me... Nope. Nothing to modify the copper output. Issue fails, damn it. That flew by. Absolutely flew by, which I'm happy. Time's moving. We've got 90 years left. Oh, there's copper right here. It's also maxed out. Done literally all we can with the copper. And then if there was nothing there, I don't think I'm going to see anything here. Let's see, these are all just specific. None of them are going to come up with copper. Charcoal burner looks pretty nice. Korea is the naval hegemon. Man, what's going on over there? Okay, where our big problem is we only have 3 copper locations, and one of them was turned into a town, which lowers what it has. There's possibility for more modifiers here, being that it's a town, so maybe we can find something that's going to, like a marketplace. What's the marketplace going to do for me? Pop assimilation speed, trade capacity, market access. We might as well just max that out. And you still haven't upgraded all your tools? Or your tanneries. You still don't have a local council? There's one that I need to go mass build. Local councils. So why don't we do that? Let's find... Council Hall. Same thing, even better, right? Except for I have not unlocked it. I thought I queued that one up a while ago. I guess we overlooked it. There we go. Oh gosh, we barely have any local councils. Build as many as you can. A state adopts foreign culture. That has happened. Okay. The clan's estate culture has changed from Highland to Shona. Okay, that I heard of that. That's part of the new update. The estates are a little more lively, and our Highland culture has flipped on us a little bit. Patrick. Take the expensive education, please. Thank you. North Mexico. Okay, that's this one. We want to connect northward. That's a good northward one, so go ahead and link that baby up. Both of these are done. We now see what we're working with. And yes, Kilwa is on this side, so you'd very much want to take like all of this off of Kilwa. Truce with Rosfi. 7 more years. So I think Kilwa is that next target. We have our 18K. I don't think I need a castle here. Not necessary to pay for that. Alright, you got 21,000. Let's bring you on up into preparation. There is a castle here. There is a castle there. I think that's the state you want to take. Oh, there's a castle there too. So you got 3 castles on entry. Looks like you got a city. Sinya. And maybe that's your actual target, because we could absolutely walk into that. That's your war goal. There's the capital. So I think we start up here. Bypass the castles. Go straight in for that war goal. Which means Kilwa. Let's build a spy network. Another child. Another sickly one. We have a check on rebels. Our Genoese lands that we took in America, they're gaining, but they're less than 50%. The African ones are already falling away. Another sickly kid. Canonize somebody, which is going to have a impact on, what is it, like legitimacy forget what the exact outcome is, but I think it's something along the lines of legitimacy and prestige or something like that. This one's at 90%. That's the next one done, so we'll continue right on there. It's a quick way to block out Kilwa. And let's go ahead and explore this one. Proximity efficiency, nice. Alright, well, what do we want to build this time? Fog iron smelters are good money makers. Charcoal kilns. Oh, those seemed expensive, huh? 10 legitimacy or missionary fails. Yeah, missionary fails. Easy choice. Okay, Scots Union, centralization law, questions of unification. So we can't get the swift or rapid because we don't have the levels before it. So it looks like we have to begin with this one and then move to the others. So that would open up unification. We do the other after triple the speed and then unify. So it looks like we are on the verge of being able to absorb Burgundy into our nation. Hello, Egypt. This is going to get us Egypt in the war, going after Kilwa. If their situation hasn't changed anyway. And speaking of in preparation, I'd like to do a little bit more. What's your current makeup? 5 heavy, 3 light, 1 artillery. I think we're gonna have to keep it at the 1 artillery, keep that light, but yeah, we can add more light infantry. Definitely comes with a lower cost. What would going after you do? Oh, you're a vassal of Portugal. That's a way to get some of Portuguese lands because you're going to easily hold your war goal. without a problem. So this one could be a little bit harder to get to, and that's the capital. So I think once we take this land off of Rosfi in 5 years' time, you get your war with Portugal a sneaky way. Take their vassal, take full control of it, sit on it, get your plus 25%, let some months go by, and then you get that tiny little pocket, and you get a little bit of land off of Portugal, giving you a foothold from which in the future you don't have to worry about the navy, because then you just have your army right there ready to march in on them. Okay, we already know where this one is, so keep it part of Scotland, and we start the next one. And that's this area here. Is it just 3? Oh no, it's the next row too, so 6 of them. Out to here. And it's suddenly becoming less important to take the strip. You want to take that land there, which we're getting our exploration here to see if Kilwa has any more to the north. Or if it's Somali or what, or if it's still open. This one's almost done. They're colonizing pretty quick. I'm surprised we're 13 years into the Age of Revolutions and none of our just got distracted. None of our colonies have gone to war just yet. There we go. That's enacted, and we now can annex. Will it automatically? No, no automatic. We just integrated the whole Quebec region. Nice. Okay, let me... So yeah, we're looking on that now. Yeah, that whole area just got integrated. This whole area needs to be integrated, and I guess that's probably next for us. That's New Brunswick is 41%. Out of Nessie, or even is. Oh, okay. This area. That's 79%. Our assimilation for Joloff at just 4.5%, so slow. But Tibuani's at 19, it's growing. Nadar's 6.7, it's growing. I wanted to check on something. What did I want to check on? Culture. Hey. We're at 38.5%. We do have like 0.4 available for us, so we've made some progress. That's oh, freaked me out for a second that we were game was frozen. We were gonna get locked out. The Shona are 7.5%. 1.52 to tolerate, 1.32, 0.79 for the English, but they're 3.8%. So no, there's nothing we can do right now. Cultural tradition wise, we're almost 7K, 1500 on the influence. Income up to 750. Let me get into upgrades like weaponsmiths. Okay, upgrade all of those that we can. One saltpeter workshop. Wherever it is, get that taken care of. And now on to something else like libraries. I've always had maximum on those, so that'll get us back to that again. Just 2 new libraries. Theaters is probably something I should do the same thing on. Let's build those. 18 new theaters on the go. And then we want to build more counting houses. 10 of them. Third Fleet. Commander died. Do we have a family member? We do. Oh, he was on the First Fleet. Damn it. I do not like that new mechanic. If they're already selected to something, they should not be in your available. They should be down at the bottom of the list like they used to be. Grayed out. Down here. You already have them set as commander. That should be enough. If I look at the icon, I can see it, but I don't want to have to look at that every time. Crown Prince. No, I do not want to send you out to a navy. But we'll send Sir Alfred. We do have the one barracks down there. That's really all you need construction-wise. It's a little bit farther away. There's not that many towns down here. I could use a barracks up higher, though. It's actually not a bad idea. Just so we can do construction kind of more locally, because we're not going to be fighting down here at all. All the fighting is going to happen much higher up. Thought I made towns up here. I should be able to make a barracks. Oh, right. They're not cored. They're not cored. They are integrated or not integrated in the Ross. That's the land we took off of Rossby. That's a lot. We are cored to here. Shua, how close are you to being cored? Not close. Shoma. Okay, so anybody have 5K through this area? Not quite. 4K back here. Next colony. Juma. There we go. Now we move this way. Okay, exploration done there, and that does show us what we have to work with Kilwa. Let's go ahead and get this exploration done. Okay, so we know what we're working with Kilwa. I'm guessing they're at 20 now. They're at 34. I forgot about them for a little bit. Let's get our CB. Exploration. 50, 30. Imperialism. Minus 75. Oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds nice. I think you have to take the capital, though. That becomes a little bit harder. Cost. The cost reduction. You can take a whole lot of land off of them cheaply, but you have to get all the way to Kilwa. If we look, I think that there is no castles. No, there's no castles except for West Yao, and then some coastal ones. Okay, free trade. Mercantilism. We'll take mercantilism. Capital is on a castle. That's the only real castle you have to deal with, and you can just grab a few things along. Oh, there's castle there, so you can go north and wrap around towards that. And there's no castles down here, like Bunga. You can walk right through there. Market regulation or maritime trade. That's trade income. Selling efficiency. We'll take the trade income. Did not pass last time. Somebody got distracted. Okay, got a new core up here. Been on for a little while. Just ticks back and forth. Ultimately stays at 0. Gaining 870 ducats. It's getting better on that part. Let me get into the next round of the county houses. I think is what's making a lot of extra money right now. So we're boosting the control in all of our towns. So mass build, that looks like that finishes off those. 77 of them. Local council is going to do the same sort of thing for us, so let's mass build those. I should have had those in every single town already, a long time ago. I'm impressed we've flown through like 12 years already. Halfway through our parliament time frame, still need that 5%. Haven't had a positive event once today in those. This is what, like 5? Yeah, the money's getting serious for sure. We're making the right kind of pushes right now that are really increasing the income. And that's where you can contend to be number 1. That's where you can finally have the gigantic army that the rest of the world would envy. And then you can start growing like crazy at that point. Lazaretto. Disease resistance. I'm going to build all of those I can. 6 of them. Damn it. Are you kidding me? That's how fast it goes. I just looked at it and it was at 50%. I need to stop counting on events. Not waiting until the final 3 weeks. And just pay for it ahead of time and do the thing. Okay, Liguarians have dropped off. The Shona have not, though. Dropped off a little bit. We're at 50% on the war goal. Let me check what we're going to be dealing with here. Yes, Egypt, but I don't think Egypt is going to actually contribute in any meaningful way. And I'm not planning on it being a naval thing. So it's just invade Kilwa and then Somalia to back them up. Somalia is the stronger one, and we are planning on marching north, which is towards Somalia. Kilwa have 51k standing army. Oof. What is their tech like? Do I want to get involved in this? They are caught up on the tech behind, as is Kilwa, and we're on that same tech behind. Speaking of, Tunis, Tellus, just starting to get into Morocco. Castile, just starting to pick up. The third one here, Ottoman Empire is very early on the scene for things, but we're still looking at just barely. We're gaining 0.18 on industrialization now, enlightenment 0.05. The levy en masse is still negligible gains, but we're 5%. Long ways to go. So we're going to have a little bit of a tech advantage in that I don't need to pay for legitimacy. We'll pay for it the other way. Even though they're on the same tech level we got our techs way early. We have higher literacy rates, so on and so forth. So I think we are looking at a scenario of no, Sweden does not get food access. We're not friends, though I'm thinking about being your friend. And I'm not even sure I want to go for this war at the moment. Kilwa themselves you can handle, but the problem is this is a small percentage of our army, and then we call up our levies locally. It's going to take them a while to get there and provide any sort of support, and our local levies are just not in number compared to what we have. Very little of this land is cored. A lot of it's just integrated. A lot of it's not integrated at all. So you're going to get a big miss on potential call-ups. And so much of this is colonized lands with small, 3K, 5K pops, except for in the Rosfi area. So I don't think we're going to really get to call up more than about 15,000. Tax efficiency 3%. That's a big tech right there. Yeah, more regulars could absolutely be the answer, but I'm not. I might not take this war on at the moment. If we went the other way to Vungu instead, just how weak are they? Very weak. Though 80k called up pretty quickly could be a little bit of threat, but you could get on that capital almost instantly. Well, no, there's castle. They definitely have castle. They have a lot of castles. CB gained. Okay, another cord location. Yeah, so it would take a good long while to beat Fungu, and then Benin. Say they'd put up a little bit of a fight too. 300,000 potential. I don't think we have ourselves an easy war for either one of our choices here. Rosfi is down to 2 years before we would be able to declare on them again. And they do not have support. Maybe waiting for Rosfi is going to be the way to go. No, I'm not going to join your independence movement. Burgundy. Let's improve opinion. There's going to be a time where we want to annex you. Speaking of annexation, Connacht is down to 10 months. Go ahead and end the spy network. There we go. Brewing standards established in Peoria. Prestige, Diplo rep, rebel growth decreased. That's kind of a national bonus. I guess I'll take that for 5 years. About to pass 13 million pops. I think it's time for more upgrades. Upgrades, like the tannery. Expensive upgrades. Weaponsmith, we're down to the last 7. Mass upgrade. Yeah, I'm not sure if 5K regulars is going to be quite enough. So I think what we're going to do is just wait on Rosvi. There's no reason to get ourselves into losing situations. We're so big. We're so powerful. But we don't need to overcommit to scenarios that aren't going to be favorable. I'd rather take on the favorable scenarios and continue to grow and expand. And I think that's why I'm doing okay in this campaign. They are better, stronger players than me that are able to take on those scenarios. England would not exist anymore with those top players, but I think I'm doing pretty okay. Top 3 in the world. We've been number 2 here for a time, and we are making really good money, really good population growth rates. We're about to top 13 million pops, and we've come from a long ways behind to make a small nation of Scotland into one of the most powerful in the world by far. All while having a pretty weak starting location. Happy nobility. Kilwa disliking us. Yeah, okay. It was less than 1 month income. We're okay on that. Okay, next area, Lake Victoria, has been discovered. There are some smaller nations we could get after up there. But no exploration currently that we can do. Down to kind of just that. I suppose we do have this exploration. Definitely not your typical world building, for sure. Scotland being a major player, and then a lot of Italian, like Portugal didn't do much. A lot of Italian city-states got involved. France only did a small amount of colonizing, though. They very much got into Australia and Asia. Okay, the connection is on. We'll take that one next. That'll provide a good solid connection and push outward. Linking up our 2 networks there, cutting off any possible colonization of others. Not that I don't think we face any danger of a European getting in anytime soon. It's more of Benin or Somalia themselves colonizing, which they have. I mean, they've obviously colonized. Okay, we lost a cabinet member. Don't think I have any family members. Oh, the Crown Prince. He's got a tough task, though. Lithuania asking for food access. Who are you at war with? Guessing it's... There we go. Connacht is annexed. That is the last vassal. We have 0 vassals now. That does finally link up our north and south. Really? You are not integrated? No way. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. It's integrated. And cord. So, Arda, what's your situation like? Following rivers looks like something we have none of over here. Tingen comes through that way. Now, if I can, we do have a city in Galway, but it will not let me make a naval governor. And I swear I have a capacity more than one, because we only have one. Oslo's the only naval governor we have. Got an achievement for 20 locations with 100 control, and most of them are here. Measles. And I just dropped to number 4. Not okay. Give me some more charcoal burners. Oh, we got 22k just like that. Build 10 of those. Iron foundry? No. Lumber mill, the cannon workshop would definitely drive down those military costs. Charcoal kiln, let's upgrade some of you guys again. Tanning workshop, just 5 left. Cannery. Overseas trading posts again. Build all we can. Rosvi. 2 days. All right, well, let's get you guys placed on. The capital is now down here. So that's where you want to start, is you want to take the capital first. Oh, with the expiry. Rosvi has some antagonism towards us. Okay, what else can we do? 2k ducats. Have anything to upgrade here? The bastions, the castles. And actually, I kind of want to look at that network again. How are we? There's going to be a screen for this one. Is it military? Yeah, fortifications. So those ones are already built up. Cockermouth is not. I think that becomes the next one you want to... Yeah, it's a castle. Upgrade that. Very much want to upgrade the one here. It's already upgraded. What else can you do militarily? Coastal fort? Oh no, you could do a... Oh, we don't have 1.2k for a star fort. Gotta get the capital at its best. Probably add that coastal fort as well. The maritime presence will certainly help. Naval attrition will certainly help. Build up both of those. Rosvi, what just happened with Rosvi? Just kind of auto-clicked that away. Now we still have... Still building, whatever it is. Rebels are no longer a threat. Roxburgh, Dumfries. Upgrade both of those as well, just to keep the English out. Speaking of keep the English out, what about down here? Like Enos, Galway. Galway should be upgraded. The local city there, and that'll keep them from invading the north. Kells is another good one to keep them out of invading the north. We have a bastion right now. These guys come with some cost though, so I think I'm going to stop there. They have upfront cost and monthly maintenance. One tanning workshop. Bog iron smelters making us good money, and they're cheap. Keep building them. Okay, we got our number 3 spot back. Did make some road building efforts up here, and it shows. It does show a little bit. We've pushed that proximity a little bit further. Unfortunately, we're not hitting these 3 spots. However, what if I had roads in from these guys? I think we can get a little something. Assuming you would come from there. And you would come from there. So from here, This is not a big moneymaker. What I'm doing here. It is a moneymaker, but not a big one. This is more of just having proximity, period. No matter how small. This is completion for completion's sake. Something on the go. Not having that black and red marked out land. Just don't want to see it. Can't stand it. Do anything to stop it. This is not value for return at this point. There's also the last two up here, but I don't think I'm going to bother trying to get those two on the go. We do have more proximity up here. But again, I think if I do something to our towns, like Reykjavik has no proximity, that sucks. 28% control. Coastal fort, maritime presence. Another coastal fort. Trying to think what other towns I have over here. Just the three of them. These towns up here, we could probably do coastal forts for them. That'll help push that proximity further north. Harbor capacity, shipyards going up also. Will have the same sort of effect. It's nice to be making the kind of ducats that allow you to do these types of things. Take on these little mini projects. All right, how are we doing on the spread? 0.31 now on the industrialization, about to hit 20%. Lairds are worried. We're going to go offensive. We're already at 51, but we lose 12 stab. We're still at 82. Castile has 2 of 3. But they haven't got it statewide, just in their capital. Develop the interior. Development's nice, but it's moved towards land. I want naval. Import efficiency. Noble colonization. Colonial range? No. That's not a big deal. Integration process, I suppose, is an easy one. Easy enough. Okay, 43%. Give me that stupid 7% I need. Noble villa. Okay. New monastery. $51%. There you go. Rosvi. CB imperialism. Wow, what? What you guys got? Two Sicilies? France. France doesn't have them though. They've got it in the capital. It's just starting to spread around the capital. That's weird that it's so well present here. Ottomans are going to get a huge advantage here. Tunis as well, obviously, but... $80 years left. Machinga. This will cut Kilwa off from coming inland when this is done. Then we have to wrap around the lake to be able to reach the north side. You'd much rather just take that out of a war. That would be your first target now in a war, is that state. Of course, there's your positive event, 10% parliament support, but I'm guessing this one's going to cost... Yeah, that doesn't look good. So 3k ducats. And it passes. Let's check with France again, see if we can be friends. Yeah, we're still blocked. Two great powers, neither one of us the hegemon of anything. We are now slightly stronger than France. Oh, buddy. Ah, we've passed them economically, population-wise, naval, and we're ahead militarily. That's wild. We relied on them for so long to keep England at bay, and we've now surpassed France. I don't know why I can't discover this one. There's this impassable terrain right down here. So we're not actually into colonizable lands just yet. That could be why we're not seeing. Alright, 40% Rosfi will be ready to go soon enough, but we can absolutely afford to do something else in the short term. Okay, hold on. We're going to do something different this time. We want to build up some local regions, and this would be one of those local regions to still work on and build up. So let me see what we have. Optimize. We wanted to make more towns. Rush of colonists. Okay. Colonial migration, we'll take that. A lot of towns to be had. This was more about the whether it's cored or not. $4,000. Guess it would be okay if it's all the way up here. $45. 49, 42. 12,000, 11,000. There you go. Let's get some towns right here then. Nasalu, sand. Logate is ivory. Yeah, we'll turn Nasalu into a town. Dondo, sturdy grains. Turn that into a town. There's a couple towns up there. That's going to give us access to something at least for this side. $4,000, $4,100. $7,000. That's a little closer. Wild game, and it's only a 1. There's your next town there. These guys are already towns, yet still have not been able to flip culture. Let's see what we can do about that. It's not conversion. It's going to be about cultural buildings. Looks like we already have the theater. Yes, we do. Candy workshop, local, good item. We could build up a stronger army if we can have more cannon, right? Okay, so that was in Pondo. What about Dedesi? Same boat. Go ahead and take that tools workshop. A brewery. So we could use a marketplace, but they already have their theater as well. There's a third one up here somewhere. It is Conde. Oh, there's Thembu also. Thembu is cord, isn't it? It is cord. Oh, that is already the barracks. That's the one with the barracks right there. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind. Canning manufacturing is going to make good money, huh? And a winery. There's that canning workshop again. Give you a wharf. Marketplace, you do have your theater. That weapon workshop. Gunsmith. Last one was Conde. None of the rest of these have towns. Everything we just took. Oh, there's one up there. The great town of Great Zimbabwe. We'll look at that one in a second, see what we could do to start helping flip that slowly but surely. Okay, this one does not have much going on. Does have the theater. Upgrade the marketplace. Give me the wharf. Upgrade the tannery. I think we've done enough with the cannons here lately. We'll go ahead and take a money maker and the jeweler, and then Great Zimbabwe. 76,000 pops. Yeah. Local council. Take one of those. How's the theater? Guessing we've got some. Nothing. No, it's still 100% Shona. No control. 0, 0, 0. the marketplace. Pop assimilation speed. Max that puppy out. Oh, I do have the other two that I made. We'll check on those guys. Okay, we can give them irrigation. Help them grow. They have the theater not maxed out on marketplace though. Alright, we're getting a few things here to help this area. Speaking of the recently forgotten about, France now covered our territory and may press a CB. Right. Pensacola is a town. We have started flipping it just a little bit 2%. So same thing through here. What can we do to boost it? Marketplace. Tools, weapons, gunsmith all on the go there. Mobile is a town. Also just slowly starting to flip its population. Okay, marketplace, wharf, counting house, local council. Upgrade the tannery. There we go. Something being voted for the church. Dembo is now cored. It's also got 8,800. There we go. That's all linked up, by the way. Edinburgh. Alright, I think we're ready to spend regularly once again. One more upgrades first and foremost. Can't stand seeing these guys unfinished saltpeter. Take them all. There we go. Let's see, that should be done here soon. Yeah, 65%. Should still be very weak. I will get a little challenge. I think I can afford to spend a little more on this force here. I think a second cannon is also in order. Invite a foreign cleric. What's that going to do for us? Just adds a member. No, okay. Don't want that. Okay. How is that one cotton plantation doing? It's not. There's no income. Control. Okay. But it's only 0.01, so it's not making any money. There's nobody employed in it. There's 21,000 people there, but no employment. We don't have slaves. And seat. We're okay with those. Bastion, city walls, coastal forts with a maritime presence might be a good one to kind of mass build. Get 10 of them made. And the bog iron smelter. Give me all you can. It's only 3,000. Lost an army commander. Nope. That's the cannon we ordered. New Brunswick is nearly integrated. Another sickly kid. That's been a lot of them lately. Joloff just 6.5%. It's not progressing very quickly, but Tivoli is at 26. That, I guess, could be another area we could impact some things. Because there's zeros. The zeros are not changing at all, so how do we progress them? Well, we can make towns, for one thing. This whole area could have towns, and then you could have... Right now we're not hurting anything. Their levels are low. It's a level 1. So make a town in each of those, and then you're going to have a control level that's not 0. That's livestock 18 of 18 though. That's rice 13 of 20. We'll take that one, level that one up. Don't know if I want to mess with a livestock 18 of 18. Let's see what else I can do to boost control. You already have a counting house. You are not a town, but you have 57,000, and you're 1 of 18. Let's go ahead. That'll make this one go faster also. Genoese exile, we'll take them. This one's also not a town, it's also just a 5. So all but one location in the area is going to end up having towns, it looks like. That one's already a town. That one's already a town, that's why they have just that little bit of control. Now, here's where I think I could probably boost control. Maybe. And no, you already have... they already have everything they can for a control boost. Another tax efficiency 3% bonus. Let's make sure this one also has everything already. Local council, county house, library, theater, they already have all of those. Does Tibuani already have everything? Assuming it does. We're at 38% control for it. Well, it doesn't have a wharf. Harbor capacity goes up. When this becomes our naval governor's seat, we definitely want it to have that upgrade. Alright, so all but one is being turned into a town, which means these other 5 should start getting, they'll have some control. They'll have that 6, 8, 10 type control. And that'll get them some assimilation going. It'll just take a while. These 2 are going to get additional control, so they'll go faster. But there's your key. Get this one to 50. Not control, though. A lot of pops. 27%. Take the sturdy grains here. Give me the extra pops. Or extra food. Rosfi! I missed that. We have our CV. Okay, let's do it. Alright, you're going straight for the capital. No dilly-dallying. Let me get our levies in the area. That's enough. We don't need to bother with the last ones out of the area there. I don't think this is going to take us too long to beat up on them. Everything to the south is going to gather back here. to the north. Gather up here, which is behind the castle, should be protected. And we've already... There you go. Change, an overall change with captured. I like that. That's a good change. How do I have 800 of you out here? Oh, that's the captured. Alright, we've already got the capital under control. So horse score very quickly going in our favor. They are marching right on in with their 19,000 levies. That's the retreating. That would be their forces coming back to them. Alright, you guys come together. And the nearby ones need a little bit further south. Take the whole larger group in the area now. Redirect them. Okay, 14% war score. Give you a commander for the sake of not getting butchered. Take the old man. It's okay if we lose him. And I think we need to push you even further south now. Ooh, you're coming south. Let's not have you come south. War score's at minus 28. Just 2 cannons, so they don't have any huge modifiers to speed things up. 500 defenders, tier 2. Says we would fail an assault. We probably wouldn't fail, but we would take some definite losses. And you're coming for me, huh? Putting you together isn't going to do any good. Let's push you east away from these guys. Circle around and join the forces to the north once you get away from them, whoever's left anyway. Because that's an instant stack wipe on 1200. And it looks like I'm about to lose that 500 as well. Alright, let's go pick up those 700. Enslaved our pops. 7%. I'll go get the city. Oh, they got 17 more K. A new king has ascended in England, and he's weak. They got 37,000, so that's, they have 2 forces, but they're going to get back their capital, huh? 28%. Kasai Company. Kasai gains 200 Catholic Scot peasants. Okay, sure. Alright, go ahead and pick them up. Go ahead and get this next location. And you're going to head to join them. Not our full might, but not even getting 12k in levies. Alright, let's take all three of you and join forces with the main. That's going to be done soon, and we're going to need to take these guys on. Whoa, there they are. Come on. Ooh, good. They're going to march in here. I don't know what penalty. Oh, it's mountains. They're going to get some penalty. Okay, here we go. The battle. Oh, one of their armies marched straight past it. So it's only half their force. Nope, they're all there. They are all there. And they took it back in 1 day. Or, 3 days. So it turns me into the attacking penalty. But first instant of the battle, we've lost 73. They've lost 413. So we've already got a healthy advantage on things. We are 1.5 ahead on morale, 1/4 point on tactics, and about 8% on discipline. But I'm the one taking the vegetation penalty instead of them, because they were able to take the castle back in literally a day without combat. My garrison wasn't going to be large, but there still should have been a garrison. 11,000 losses to 33,000, and that just decimated their forces. And oh look, 28% and 35 defenders. We will assault. Okay, I want to send a small force. Create unit. Give me levies. I want levies. Just a little over 1,000. Go take these two back. We know that they retreated north that way. War score's at plus 34. When we get the capital back, and control the south. Detach levies. That's mostly what was lost. There's only 3k levies left here. Give them a commander No. See, that's why there was only the one commander. He is the commander. Stupid mechanic. Do not like that mechanic. We'll siege down that castle. Join these guys. Give them a little numerical support. Oh, there we go. We just wiped out their 3K. They should have no forces left. Yeah, 50% war score, no forces. And we've got the capital again, 72%. We've got 2 active sieges. That might be enough. We annex all locations. Yep. Easy. Ducats, 1,400 of them. As for the antagonism piece, they won't exist. So their antagonism means nothing. It's about others. And it looks like we're going to gain very little. Kilwa should have some. Well, he's getting like 1. Grabo's getting 2. I'm not even seeing Kilwa on the list. So antagonism remains low. That's full annexation of Rosvi. There is more Kakoa. No, Kakoa. Anyway, that gives me that path towards Portugal. There we go, full annexation. And we really have control of the southern edge of Africa now, and plenty of central. And that opened the pathway to get to these guys. Slowly but surely it's going to give me more control. Yep, coalition disbanded. There we go. Who are you? You don't exist. State comes to heathenry. The clans have changed from Catholicism to Bantu. New Brunswick is integrated, so we can move on to deal with that. Area. Tennessee. That maybe there's more to grab here. A 1,000 ducats. We're making 1,000 ducats a month. Okay. And that is with fort maintenance up. We had that castle on the edge, so we're kind of stuck with it. And we are going to spy on Portugal instead. Okay, okay, okay. So I think we stick with that plan of using this small vassal as a easy grab your war goal, get control, get some war score to steal just a little bit off of Portugal and get a foothold, or take their unimportant colonial stuff. Three cabinet members from other states. Okay. Did we add cities? Yeah, that was the thing about what we just grabbed this time is there's 2 cities and a number of towns. 3 cities. Well, we had 1, right? That's... No, that's great. Zimbabwe. So we added 3 cities. $81,000 pops. Counting house, customs house, local council, theater, wharf. That was the capital. They had all of those things that they needed. Marketplace. Market warehouse. Build it all. Oh, -10 army tradition. Nasty. Okay, 1,000 ducats a month. Love that. Well, let's spend some, huh? What do we have here? Bastions are already bastions for a reason. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade all 7 of them. Belfast, Oslo. Hold on, what do we have? Great enclosure. See, there's a new one that I've missed. Local crown power. I don't need crown power in the capital. Do you do something besides that? It's got to have a national sort of thing, right? I don't need local crown power here. Squatchu. Not enough gold in the Squatchu market. Yeah, local governor. Why can I not build another? I should be able to have... I have more than a cap of 1. Why can't I build one in Galway? 1. My capacity is 1. I swear I've got a higher capacity than that. Fundeku. Somebody just came of age. Nobility happy. Or push towards plutocracy. I'll just take happy. Happy, happy. No, we don't want spiritualist. Lithuania. Wouldn't that be something if we could get Lithuania under us? Same way that we're working on Burgundy. Speaking of, I need to check in on how things are looking on that one. Ooh, John. John, let's give you a good education. At this point, I should just do everybody, but those 2 are almost aged out. Burgundy. Union. Place relative on throne. Integration level is currently 4. Question of unification. Okay, so we have level 1. We can push it to level 2. Then level 3, apparently. So we'll push it to level 2. Our king is 61. Oh, no, we're not canceling. We're already actively working on improve opinion. Let's see, annexation. Requirements are not met. Is that just because we are actively doing a thing? Subject of another country? We can't annex them while they are a subject of France. Well, that's disappointing. Shona is upset again because we just took a bunch more land. Tende is now a core. Universities and lazarettos. 10 universities. Build all the lazarettos I can. $19 of them. Hospital should already be done. Looks like we might have added, oh, in our new region, 5 hospitals. Get some irrigation on the go again for some pops. Gaining 8K a month. We've got over 15 million pops now, by the way. Settlements. Settlements are very cheap and worth pop growth. Let's get 20 of those built. Those lumber mills. Charcoal kilns. Keep upgrading those guys. Bridges. Mass build. I think that was 1. 24. Harbors. And we're down to 1.5k ducats. Parliament's ready. Only 3 choices. Export trade's probably our strongest, but the military exercises could be good for an upcoming war. Which I don't know what that's going to be next. Charter subject governors? No. Ruler's grandmother or mother just died. Support of innovative ideas. I like it. Easily gets the percentage we need. Plus a cabinet seat. That's a tech we just finished. Lost 5%. Good thing we jumped not just to 50 but to 70. Ooh, that's a lot of constructions. Okay, new cabinet member. Family, 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 family. Nepotism. It's terrible, but it's game. There's our nepotism, and he is good for assimilating. Is there another task, maybe? Antagonism decay. Diplo endeavors. No. Assimilate pops. Scots, of course. And yeah, where to work, where to function. Iceland. Wait, what's our control situation like up there? Oh yeah, see, we're still barely cored, which is part of the reason why we're not getting very much control there. Yeah, pops aren't big, but it's something. We had already flipped here, which is why it's cored, so I think maybe we work on East Farthing. But what's our control level like? We have 5 Scots in the area. Yeah, it's low. Okay, policy enacted, so we did get that second tier. But we're going to have to break them out from England, it looks like, if we're going to have any success. Okay, where'd you go? East Farthing, 0.47. Yeah, there's 53, so he is making progress. Now, control's really high here. This is an area to really invest in, which I think we are. I think that's why we're making so much money these days, is from there, more than anything else. There's a potential war goal. Spend 10% on a map. Of course, we get the positive events now that we just spend immediately. Another sickly child. Gotta be freaking kidding me. Constant Christopher is not the sickly child, by the way. One just born. One Scotland, one culture. That's, yeah. Yep. We'll take that. And that passes. Smallpox. Popped up for a second. Coming of age. Not sure why he wasn't on my list, but he does come in as a family member. Okay, he's doing okay with East Farthing. 2.4%. 550 Scots already. Meanwhile, Joloff, 8 1/3. Tivawani's 31. And look, suddenly, Joloff, Koki, the only one I didn't turn into a town, is the only one still at 0. Everybody else is making gains. I'm so glad that I understand how this system works now. Took a long time. Another freaking sickly kid. Everybody born lately has been sickly. So Lumbe is the connecting force. I think we're gonna push on out. Fill in kind of this direction. Army of Africa General just passed. Our spies discover a good bureaucrat. We can gain legitimacy, which is max, prestige, which is high, or Army and Naval Tradition. Okay, time for a new commander. With the 28-year-old family member. We'll get the 25% bonus now. Well, not 25%. It's only a third of it. Army of America is probably not under family control. The Royal Scots Army of America. Let's see. Are you family? You are family. Okay. Royal Scots is not. And he's 80 freaking 3. Do we have a family member? That's already a commander. Put the king in charge. Here is, nope, he's naval. He's naval. So we have 2 navies, so they are both family. And there. 16-year-old. Now we have all of our army and navy are Nepo babies, and we had, what, 3 cabinet members that are not? So we have 4 of 7. So we've got a little over 50% bonus on that one. And that puts us up to almost 1,100 ducats a month. So let's make a little money the regular way here for a second. Actually, no, hold on. Trade. We did overseas trading posts. We need to do trade offices. As many as we can. 10K worth. How is the economy looking these days? We're making 4,200 ducats a month. Just 300 of that is coming from minting. We're staying right at that 0, even though this goes up and down. Laird's tax is 651. Clergy is just 11 ducats a month. Commissioner's tax is almost 600. 607 now. Wasn't quite maxed out. Commoners at 940. The clans are at nothing. If you increase it, we're talking about like half a ducat. No, it's not even half a ducat. Trade income, though, has grown a lot. We're up to 1,500. That's where we're really starting to make a change, and that's why I keep pushing those trade offices, because you can always push to get your best price. And the more you're involved in tons of markets, even though you only have a minor presence in markets, you can bring trade goods to those markets and get a better price than what you were getting previously. And so the more you get involved in trade, the more that just kind of compounds on itself and gets you best price, and you just make more and more money off of trade. And so we've doubled that income, and that's where we've gone from barely making it to 1,100 ducats a month without a trade modifier like we had before. Selling food. We're only making 53 ducats off of that. That's not our big money maker. Diplomacy is plus 50 ducats. That's from the colonies. And then we are making payments. Oh, to the Scot. We're making 20 ducats from Burgundy. Okay. Stability minus 254. Culture investment spending 156. Cost of colonies is cheap. We could afford additional colonies, really. Okay, one of those two girls just came of age. Arnsberg. Speed of integration research. Max bureaucracy slots. We have an open bureaucracy slot. Okay. The heck is that going to do? This is something new. So we have Crown Power is giving us a price modifier. Okay. No speed modifier. And we have one slot for this. Any of one of these we're going to choose. Commissariat, logistics distance, so it's an army one. It slows down army movement speed is the trade-off. Artillery maintenance cost going up for a board of ordnance, but artillery power bonus first is 4 goes up. A war council, military tactics, tradition from battles, but army morale drops. Trade commission, trade advantage, and trade range, but the burghers are unhappy. Foreign ministry, diplo caps. Morality board, naval morale, but maintenance goes up. Colonial office, migration and range, but attraction goes down. Audit bureau, crown power, revoke privilege cost, but all estates are unhappy. A privy council, parliament-based support, and a cabinet seat. Pop join rebel threshold goes up though, so chance of more rebellions. Kind of okay with that one though. Tax efficiency 10%. That is a ton of money. And a cabinet seat. Estate enrichment though. Oof. Lock in. I need to see that. What is the estate? This is how much an estate can withhold from their taxable income each month. So we're up 10%, which is how much we can tax, but how much they can hold back. And a cabinet seat. I'm not sure that one works out. The Privy Council, though, I know that one's going to work out. Pop joint threshold. It's a big trade-off, just to make it easier to pass parliamentary actions. But it gives me more options. All those lower 10s, 5s with 20% more, I can actually afford to get after those. Because I have a base support that's already high. And then the higher ones are just going to easily pass without having to do anything. Sure. Cost me 20 legitimacy. Cost me 147 ducats a month. You didn't tell me you were also going to cost me a bunch of money. Though I suppose I could have assumed that there was a cost. Okay, well, we got a new cabinet seat, and I will instantly want to take a look at... because the impact's already there. Yeah, Shona. Swahili are suddenly upset. Of course, we got 24,000 on site to deal with the Shona. Wow, I've got a lot of constructions going. Another cabinet slot, and I don't think I have another family member. Sir Ralph. I do. He sucks, but I do have one more. And he's pretty much bad at everything, so what do we want to have him do? Maintain bureaucracy price modifier. Okay, that's 147 ducats. We'd be taking out like 7.5 ducats. He'd save me 7 ducats a month. Dev province might be a good one, though he's terrible. Accelerate bureaucratic entrenchment. Entrenched in the government. Oh, interesting. Okay. Integrate area, assimilate, convert. We're not doing any conversion, and we're only at 60% Catholic. Foster institutions, institution growth. That might be a good one. Under the current market, right? There she is. Industrialization at 90%, gaining at 2.5. 4 months. It's going to take 4 months. And then we'll start spreading industrialization through the nation. Influenza, the latest disease. Back to this puppy. Cost of court 385, and we are gaining right now because we just spent 20 legitimacy. I don't feel like we're getting a ton out of it. Army maintenance, though, is not terrible. It's the copper problem that we have. It's still one of our lower costs, though, overall. And we have really good cost reductions elsewhere. We are not maximizing weaponry in our capital. And despite all the moves we've made, leather, the tannery is still not maxed out either. Bohemia is friendly towards us. Okay, well, we know we can save 50 ducats that way if we spend correctly. So let's work on that. This is going to be weaponry manufacturers. No, we still didn't unlock that. That's something I clearly need to get in on. Cannon workshops we have. That was still not something maxed out. Did I unlock the furniture warehouse workshop? No. Here? No! That's one thing my region is really, really known for, is a whole lot of good beer. IPAs in particular. We have so many breweries around here. Class workshop? No. Carpenter's Guild. Another sickly freaking kid. Too much inbreeding. Guns Workshop. I haven't unlocked that one either. My goodness. Tools Workshop is, though. Weapon Workshop is out there. Build a bunch of those, and the next colony is done. Chile, Scotland. Okay, we have cut off Kilwa to the west. And we need to make our way around the lake. Tanganyika. If we were to declare war on Kilwa, we would still be getting Egypt and Somalia, and yeah, still a little bit of a problem. However, our other option was getting a CB on you. We have an exploration that's a 50-30 imperialism. Yeah. Take the capital, man, boom. So easy. You'll get a war score for having 100% on them. You'll also get a war score for having the war goal. And you hurt Portugal without even having to fight Portugal. The Martian want food access. We have an option to go this way as well. Aquamarine. Let me see what we're getting. We were to declare war. Who do we get? And Gauche with you? And Gauche is right there. That's it, huh? I'm guessing Gauche has very little military. I need to build a localized transport fleet. Do they have any sort of navy? 0.54. Central Great Plains has been integrated. Quelimane has 0.84. So give me like one heavy. Give me a single heavy. 2-decker. We have an upgraded heavy ship. Okay, and then give me a few brigs. I guess we'll take 4. And we'll make that small fleet. Rebel movement jumps to 80%. The Shona. Gaining fast. I did turn it up. Possible cabinet action. We were on integrate area. Now you can take Tennessee. We're going to get the Americas done on integration. And we lost someone here. I don't know if that was a family member. Whoa, fantastic 16-year-old. Let me see. Any Nepo babies ready to do a lesser job? Nope. 16-year-old's gonna last a long while. A 100. 100 military. Nice. Joloff, 9% now. Chilwani, 33. That 50 is getting closer and closer. Koki's still at 0, but the others are 2, 3, 5, 7%. Nadar's at 12. Beardun's at 18. And to go India Ganeo 15. Portugal. Agent discovered, no big deal. We already got our CV on the way, right? Yeah, 30%. I think you can take a third artillery piece. Let me also see if I can make... I don't think we ended up coring any... Oh, we did. Get one barracks there. And up here. Cultural influence and max literacy. Nice. That's good. Kingdom of France. I'm not quite past them. I'm tempted. But supposedly they're number 1, I'm number 3, so we would be asking for a little bit of trouble. I want to get that one more heavy infantry into this force. Should be the musketeers, yeah. Build up this African force. This is the front we're fighting on these days. So, oh, here comes our transports. Heavy will be in Sofala. We hold the market center now. Sofala was the market center there, so that'll increase the revenue that we were getting in the area. Granddaughter coming of age. Poland are alarmed by our power. That's a good thing. We're getting stronger. Can we form an empire? No, there's still that papal ban on empires. They don't like us right now. We would otherwise be able to make one. Forming the US, I feel like we're going to be the United States of Scotland here soon. That's funny. But that's going to be once we start having these breakouts. We're a quarter of the way through and none of the colonies have suddenly broken out. Expected to have at least one of them by now. Great Britain, we're almost halfway, but you have to destroy England completely for that one to happen. Canada, we're almost as close as we are to forming Canada as we are to the US. But you want the tier 4, you want the US. Okay, 16k ducats. Silver. Kongsberg does not have the pops. Hold on. Go back to that for a second. Kongsberg. Let me help you build your pops out a little bit faster here. France. Back to being aggressive towards us. Potentially. And increasing control definitely helps. Keeping it active. That's why we have so many 100s in the area, or high 90s. And that's part of how we're making so much money. Keeping them on that increased control does make sense. Looks like the one heavy is done, so our little fleet here. What's your capacity? 4,000? I thought you'd be able to carry a little bit more than that. Yeah, I need to add a couple more transports. There's our CB. Declare war. Yes, Portugal, but I don't think Portugal's going to be a factor. However, wait. Slow down. Shona's at 95%. Let's deal with them. There is a castle or two. Let's go stand on a castle. Try to keep them out of the rebellion if possible. They could get joined. I would love if, like, Kilwa in Humbeim, we don't necessarily want them to join. I don't think it would give us what we want with Portugal. We want the separate war. We want to attack in Humbein on its own. So hopefully Kilwa's like, oh yeah, let's join these rebels. Stabs back to 94, pops up to 16 million, and there we go. Unruly colonies. Phase 2.5 stability, but it's the event. Colonial Revolution. That's why it hasn't started yet. Okay, 6 colonial nations. I'm not going to try to stop them. In fact, we might be able to speed things up. We can get 1,400 ducats off of Santee for 10 prestige. 8,000 off of Rappahannock. 8,000. That's your winner right there. 8,000 ducats for 10 prestige. And immediately our first event, Wapusk asks for aid. That's not one of my colonies, is it? Kingdom of England. Lose 5 legitimacy, give away 67 ducats. They like us. No, I don't care if you like me. So there's the move into the Age of Revolutions, and our 6 colonies, one by one, deciding to venture off on their own. And we're just going to keep saying no to these guys. Hooray, 1k ducats a month. 98.5% on the Shona, so 2 more months. three events in less than a year. As for the Swahili, where are you? Have one location, but it's Sofala. It is Sofala. Kingdom of Rosvi. Shona Patriots. They are being backed by Oriel. Ta-da! There's your absorb Oriel easily. Okay, so we did not stop the castle, but there you get it back. There we get inside. Where is your capital? Capital not spotted. Not spotted. Get a city there. There's your capital. Dilo. Okay, so we will take care of this and then march towards Dilo. We are black flag, so we have to back out for a second. But we also have to go deal with Oriel. Why, thank you, Oriel. I don't need my 42k to deal with it. We can just grab some levies locally. Good quantities. There. That should do it. Colin, come together. Ooh, hello, they called up. They called up some more of their own. Just got a crown power modifier. 19,000 should be enough. Nope, gotta pick somebody who's not already in charge of something. Hold on, don't go rushing in. There you go. Go take care of the little guys. Don't worry about the 8k stack. Control this one. That's the captives running away. Okay. You're gonna have a zone control, aren't you? Go ahead and take the castle. We should have a faster rate on this. We start right at -14. There's only 451. We have a decent modifier. That's at 7% after one tick. 3 cannon making a difference. She's 65. No, it's okay. She does not need to rebury. Okay, you're both on -78. In that case, we need the Navy disappeared. Go pick them up. 72. Died naturally of old age. Alright. Come to Dundalk, deal with these guys. No cannon means no real ability to siege. They have Starfort or whatever, so we need to bring some cannon in. That's not cannon, so we don't need to bring those guys along. Wipe them out. Research is done. We're going to jump back into older ages and see what I have missed. Get through some quick research. Like rights of the nobility. They're already pretty upset. Can we make them happier? Add 15 power for them. Nobility rebel growth would drop. There's another way to make them happy. For free legitimacy, that's actually maybe an easy thing to do, because we could tax them more with them happier. Alright, there's an easy one. Don't need those kind of old techs. Urbanization. Local pop promotion speed. Definitely decent. Maximum government bonds. Rag paper. Just a method on making paper. No, we don't need to spend time on that. There's the slave center. Could be why we have no slaves for certain areas, but we are past the point of slaves being useful. We will not get into slaves on this playthrough. Fort limit? No, we're fine. Naval initiative. And repair efficiency. I think I can use those. Medicaments output. Guess. Alright, you know what? We'll take it one age at a time. That was fast. Siege ability for the commander. That's really helpful because you're about to go handle a siege. Instantly we jump to minus 64. They also already finished their siege. Go get this city. I'm okay with them sieging down Sofala. Right now we're at like a 0% on Sofala anyway, so it lacking prosperity for a while is going to be not an issue. Alright, we want to jump into these. Yeah, get Moanesi, and then we'll grab the castle and then the capital. .4% war score. 12% war score. That just went up a bunch. Now 10%. I don't know. Back and forth. Nope, no. We don't need to get her married. We do need to get Parliament going. The base support thing. Did we not just get the bit? This I thought would have shown more of the base support. Integration process. Oh yeah, 63%. Okay. It just doesn't show up till after the click. So yes, we can go after those lower ones now. I think regardless, you're still gonna have work to do on those lower ones, but they'll be a lot closer to 50. A kingdom within the kingdom. Nobility happy. Give up 5%. Yeah, okay. Ooh, that was fast. Okay, get that capital. Now, before we can do too much, we have to do this one. And they set it minus 57. Yeah, 2K. It is tier 6. Yeah, it's a star, big old star fort. Lots of resistance. Can't assault it. And minus 6. I only have a +2. Man. We do have a breach, so at least we're a +3. Okay, we got Dalo, we got the capital. And suddenly we have 36% war score. Let's go get Zimbabwe. They're at minus 21. For now, I'll let them be. But if they start to get dangerous, we might just go attack them. Fungo has joined the war. Yes, they have. Okay. Now I do want to take care of the Razvi forces so that I can then go focus on the Vungu. Another chance for expansion. Oh, not cool. Look how fast that finished. You go back far enough in time, things happen real quick. Popular rule. Less liberty desire and a little stab bonus. Alright. These are all levy types. It's light infantry and one heavy cav. So even though they have us beat on numbers, for one thing, they are going to get whatever attacker penalty there would be. New chieftain has ascended in Oriel. Oops. Alright, so Commander has a healthy advantage. The numbers are virtually identical. You can see we got a almost 3-to-1 on day 1 of the fighting. We have a 1.1 morale advantage. Tactics are the same. Discipline is plus 9%. So it's not as serious of an advantage as you would think, but it's also the type of forces. They just have a ton of light infantry, and that's it. I also have a 10.5% bonus for combined arms without having any cavalry at all. We still have a 10.5% bonus. Commander combat bonus plus 1. We lost 4,400. We'll get them back very quickly. And they're down to 4K. But that means they still have 4K. So where do they retreat to? Well, that's the other question. Those castles hung on. We already have a 64% war score, by the way. So, do we want to go this way? Ay, ay, ay. That's a lot. It's a lot of slaves they've taken. Tennessee integrated. Parliament passed. That's integration. Inam Bain. So it's East Africa. Okay, so more integration to come. I guess Illinois. Sheboygan. Sheboygan wants to break off from the English Empire. Tempting. Very tempting, but I'd rather just see them break off. England's going to have a hard time maintaining these. I doubt they have a standing army around here at all. Okay, rights of the nobility. We want estate satisfaction. So which one are we going to do? Strengthen rights? No, I don't want to take my crown power from cabinet position away. We want... That one's okay. Save a lot of money on the fortification maintenance, which allows us to get into the star forts a lot easier. So that might... I'm not going to do the curtail. Making them unhappy. We can't tax them. We already have nowhere near the max tax. This one's definitely okay. But I like the extra bonus, the maintenance efficiency. We'll take the rural noble authority. It's only a 2.5% shift, but it's a good trade-off. All right, how are we doing on Oriel? Oh yeah, 35%. Nice. And then there's a crap ton of slaves just for this region, and that's a lot of levies and mercenaries and mercenaries. I don't think I'm going to grab anything from Vungo in this war. I think we need to just finish our siege on Oriel and be done with this thing. And there it is, Monahan. Just finished. Don't think I can separate peace. Oh, I can. I can separate peace. So we're going to take it. And there you go. We got our tributary dealt with the beautiful way. The easy way. The antagonism, 21, but it's for them. Like, England's not even going to be upset here, so we're good. Oriel no longer exists. The experimental CB that I figured was going to go the wrong way, well, it's sorted. It's sorted. We now control all of Ireland that we control, other than what England has. So let's wait a turn of the month. we're gonna beat the 4K. They retreated to where I was going. We're gonna take this siege here. We're at 70%. We're going the right way on the war score, but the enslavement part's not good. So 71%. If we annex, okay, let me manually do this. Oh, that's them. Let's start down here. Right now they won't accept, but that's because we're grabbing random stuff instead of the take all option. But this one ends up being less on war score. Ironically. Shouldn't be, but is. Okay. There it is the same. Looks like they might have updated that. There's our take all of what was ours. But we still have a little bit of war score left. Not much. Not much. But like, maybe we can take Wizzy. That's a -6. Let them have that one and that one. There's a +1. We can take 4 locations. We can grab a partial state off of them. However, isn't there... Yeah, Rosvi releases all Scots slaves. Oh no, Rosvi. That's not. Rosvi doesn't have the slaves. We would need a separate. So if we get out of this thing now, they got a ton of troops. They got a lot of troops. I think, even though they have those slaves, and that continues to be a problem, I think we take what we can get and just get out of this war without having to go into a big fight with them. So that's what we're going to do. Let me see the antagonism piece. Shouldn't be much. We're only taking not even 1 full state. Fungu, antagonism up 52. You're the one who joined the war with no antagonism. Quillamane +20 for them. Yeah, people aren't too happy about what we're doing, but it's really very, very small amounts. All of these lands, they were about to grab slaves off of all of that, so those losses would have been pretty dang severe. Alright, war done. War done. War maintenance down 38,000. Just took a little bit of fungu. And they wasted all that money on those mercs. Yeah, I'll get you back in position for Inamane. Army levies raised in peace. Yeah, disband the levies. Oh, right. And we got Oriel. Yay! Almost forgot about that part. Let's get you home. Trade restrictions. Okay, we move towards mercantilism and a whole bunch of liberty desire. Event triggered there. This thing doesn't end. There is no end to this colonial revolution. It goes all the way through the end of the playthrough. Okay, bring our forces back together. $1,100 ducats a month. Looking dang good on that part, and I think we can afford to expand that army. And this one for that matter, but we should have our CB. They've already broken off from Portugal. They broke off from Portugal. Portugal let them go. And we're going to start seeing that. We're going to start finding colonies, vassals, free. And then they become easy targets. Really easy targets. Split in half. They got 1K on the move. Naval initiative. Yeah, we're gaining 2.68 monthly research these days. Average control is kind of the only offset negative that we have, but literacy still isn't even topping 50%. I wish there was more we could do with that, but we have a lot of areas, like the African areas, that have really low control levels and low literacy levels, and not a lot of towns, so there's not a lot of education based. We don't have the universities, we don't have the libraries to push things up higher. But right now we're looking on a research that is from the Age of Renaissance, which has a 15% increase on the base cost, so each one increases more and more. The base is 25, but because it's an older age, we have an 8-point reduction, and then the 15% increase. So realistically, it's only going to cost me 19.55 instead of 25, and we're already through 6. We're getting 2.6 monthly, so we're talking about, gosh, what is that? Even 8 months? 7 months? That's all it takes to get one done. Which is much faster than normal. Another negative, there's that Liberty Desire coming up, and suddenly Santee is the first one who's likely to rebel, but even when you have a 100, they still rebel. It doesn't matter whether they are loyal or not. The rebellions just kind of come. You just have to be prepared, and we're going to have to start focusing on building up the Americans' army next to deal with those rebellions, because those rebellions are coming. They are inevitable. Food access from Portugal? Yeah, no thanks. Well, that is playing out. Let me see where we are at with the Institutions. Yeah, boy. We have 2 of them now. Vie en masse is the last one. It's at 28%, but it's gaining at 0.4. The Enlightenment is one of them. Okay, I thought we had that a while ago, but sure. Enlightenment's at gaining rapidly. It's gaining rapidly. That's the one that's definitely going to come up fast, but actually, these guys already have the industrialization one. It's now pushing out to here, gaining at 4%. It's going to be a while before we have what we need for an embrace institution. It's only, the ducats is only 2 and the stab's only 34, so really cheap. The moment we have our minimum, I think we take it. We're at 4.5% right now. All right, siege number 1 is done. Go ahead and take these guys out. We have them flanked immediately. We only lost 21. Nice. Oh, we don't even need to finish this. We have the capital. Oh, we do. Why? Why can't I put you in the... That's the capital. That's why. They flipped the capital. Or that's now the capital? That's not how that works. It's not a civil war. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I have 52,000 ducats. We have some money to spend, folks. We have some money to spend. But I've also passed that 4-hour mark for the stream. Definitely made some progress in time, though. We've gone 30 years. There's our 100% war score. And look, no antagonism. Nobody cares. 192 ducats. And we've completed the final piece of the southern quarter of Africa. With our attention now able to turn further north. I think we have our necessary... Nope, we're at 15. Boy, that's low. It's taken a while. We have a lot of resistance to spy network, apparently. Okay, we have an issue being debated. It's just the... It's... I really didn't need to do anything with that. We could still do the imperialist claim on Kilwa, by the way. We have 9 years on it. It's just the size of forces being quite sizable, right? I mean, we just saw the tiny nation of Vungu have 100k like that. No problem. Kilwa's stronger than that. So, and I seem to only be able to call up 12, 13, maybe 15,000 levies to help out the 27k. They might be strong as regulars, but they're not strong enough to handle 100k alone. All right, well, we've gained a lot of additional control in Africa. We've done a lot of integration of the Americas. We have finished absorbing all of our Irish lands. We are working on embracing the final institutions, first of which shouldn't take too much longer. We've added a bunch of cabinet member slots this time out. We're sweeping back and grabbing some old tech. We are almost done integrating Illinois. Lothian we've been developing for a long time, and it's just doing better and better all the time. The integration of Haudenosaunee. I feel like that's not moving. Isn't that not moving? I feel like we are done with all we can do on that one. We see a month go by. I don't think it's changing. Yeah, there are 0 locations to be integrated. Looks like we could take care of Oriel, get that integrated. The assimilation of Jollof is at 11% now. We're at 36 in Tavawane. East Farthing's up to 23% on the assimilation. 5,000 Scots now. And we finally hit the colonial revolution. So they'll be going away soon, which means I needed to upgrade the Army of America. They have heavy infantry, 1 heavy cav, 2 light infantry. Yeah, they need a larger force. Now, I know cav is a real problem for them, so we don't want to get into that. But can I get a royal mortar? Yes, yes I can. Finally. Take 3. And then we want some light infantry. Okay, we did those 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. Italian stalemate. Italian wars end in a stalemate. That was that other event that was up there. Alright, folks, this feels like as good of a stopping point as any for now before we have the outbreaks of war, but these colonies will just randomly, let's see, New York, Erie, Nova Scotia, Rappahannock, Santee, and Karankawa. Those are our colonies there. One by one, they will declare war against us, and then we will be able to take as much land as we can in that war. It will come with some antagonism, and then at the end of that war, whatever's left will still be our colony, and then you just take that in the next war until you eventually absorb all of it, and then all of that becomes Scotland, and that whole form the US thing is the only path we still have. And as that tier 4 nation, so as that begins to happen and you start absorbing those lands, Erie, I know we can get in one war. Santee, we can get in 1 war, but Karankawa, Rappahannock, New York are probably going to take 2 wars each. Nova Scotia, probably 1 war. Iverline, hey, thank you, and yeah, we'll see you next time. I think we've grown by what, 5 million pops? 5 million pops in the last 30 years. That is an insane increase. We've grown by almost 1/3 in 30 years. So rapid population growth, but also that absorption of there's a lot of pops that we got out of Rossvi. That is a lot of pops in there. 298, 303, 217, 179 just in these few areas, right? That's 1 million. There's a couple million otherwise. So we added about 2 million here, and then we've grown by about 3 million. All right, folks. I'm Decathlon Gamer. Thanks for being here. Have a good one. Be safe out there. And bye for now.